G'day, you good dunce. How are we? Moonbase taken first from everyone. Which, considering you had to come from the moon, that's impressive. Wait, what is this? Dex? Dex beat Gamer? Jeez, that doesn't happen often. Gamer slacking. Alright. I'm set up, I think. Now, this may be a little surprising to you nighttime viewers, but I do have a coffee. It's a coffee. Why? I don't know. Am I going to sleep tonight? We'll find out in the morning. What's life without some risk, you know? Gotta have some risk. Mike, welcome in. Taken third. By the end of the year, I want to have a database connected to my overlay, which tracks how many times someone redeems first, second, and third, as well as how many times people redeem late. So that I can have a custom end of year review and be like, how many points, how many channel points someone spent. Yeah. The most channel points spent wins like 3-month gifted sub or something. Whoever redeems the most first wins like 6-month gifted sub. Second is third. Third is a month or something. Yeah, do something like that. Make it interesting. Anyway, it's Game Duel. Time for Game Duel. All up there. Yeah. Now you can see. Oh no, you can't see it because my OBS is shit now. There we go. Now you can see it. Jesus Christ, OBS. Come on, OBS. Catch up. Moving too fast for my computer. Jeepers. Alright, you get-uns. We need a game before 2012 that's not an RPG and not a shooter. I mean, it could be Super Meat Boy, if we're being honest. Tomb Raider 2. Let's try it. Let's try it. Ooh, it is third person and it is an action game. It's not a platformer, not a shooter, not an RPG, not indie. Mike, Dex, Moonbase, thanks for contributing to the community goal. Okay? It means a lot to me that you want me to try and do a 24-hour stream. Holy crap. That is a big ass rate. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna go back over to this. We're not gonna do that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're gonna skip past all that because we have a lot of people coming to say hi. Alright. G'day everyone! How are yous doing? Welcome in. It's Sunday night and we're having a fantastic time. Lazy Vim, what is this nonsense? I know, right? Ads have just ended. Ads have ended, so feel free to refresh the page. There we go. If you refresh the page and the ads have finished, they should disappear. How you doing, Brotato? Oh my god, Brotato. Such a good game. I've seen a ton of gameplay of it. I need to play it on stream still. I've seen so much of it. How are you doing? Welcome back, Zed. What were you doing tonight? I saw a bunch of you were doing Go stuff, weren't you? I was lurking for a little bit. Yeah, we just started. As you can tell, it's Sunday night. We're having fun. We're setting up card sleeves. Let me show you the model that we knocked up this morning for it. There it is. There it is. You got your individual card sleeves and you got the plastic wrap around it and everything. Ah, so good. Programmed to replace Fail to Ban, named Dentata. Does Dentata mean anything? I hate the damn game. It came out like 4 years after I made the name for my Fortnite account. I thought you were just a really big fan. Don't Google it. I will Google it off screen and see what we have. It's just French lavender. Did you make me Google it off screen for no reason, Zed? Yes, you did, you troll. G'day, Bit. Imagine how I feel about Bitcoin. Had this handle since 2001, now everyone thinks I'm a crypto scammer. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's... Oof. What if you change it to... No, that's too long. You're gonna do it like 1/8 of a byte plain. But that's too much. That's... Yeah, no. Huge. How you doing, Zoid? Welcome in. I need to pin a message, which I keep forgetting to pin at the start of my streams. This is the game that we're working on. It's my first game that I'm making from end to end. And I'm not using, surprisingly, I'm not using the standard kit that people use for a shop sim. So it should look 40% unique. Good evening, good evening. Good evening. What was I doing? That's right. I'm trying to remember what I was doing this morning. And what I was doing this morning was changing all of this. I haven't learned the hotkeys for NeoVim yet. So what I really need to do is look up NeoVim, replace in... It's actually like select an area and only replace one word with another inside that. I don't know. Dude, would I be able to do... Can I do this and then do... Bobble card? No. How the hell does the search and replace work again? What game engine are you using, or are you not using it? I'm using Godot for now. So I have an entire plan, Brotato. Here's my plan. Feel free to let me know if this is insane. But this is my plan. Making this game using Godot. Because it's an first game, entry, get used to building a game. You know, getting things working and such. Simple stuff. And then, while I'm making my next game, I have tinkered with Raylib. We did make a game in Raylib. This one. So this game we made in Raylib with C++. There's a lot of things that I took for granted while making this game, such as the fact that you can't resize it because a game engine does that for me normally. But Raylib doesn't do that, so I forgot. So while I'm making my next game, I'm going to build a GUI library for Raylib that implements a slider, a button, a scrollable area, you know, a text area that can be centered vertically and horizontally and be scrollable and all that stuff. You know? And also, most importantly, when you resize the window, the UI scales. And then my third game, I want to be a game that I make in Raylib with C++. So that's my plan. First game, very simple shop simulator. Second game, more complicated roguelike. Third game, 2D Raylib game, probably a platformer. Yeah. I have heard that making text inputs from hand is nigh impossible. I wouldn't be making it from hand. I would be using Raylib's text setup. So I use Raylib for printing the text. But I would put in code to like have that text center vertically and horizontally and stuff. And then after I've done a couple of games with Raylib or Bevy or something lower level, then I would take a step down and start looking at game engine code and contributing code to like different engines like Default and Godot and whatnot. So that's the plan. That's the plan. In Vim, don't know about NeoVim. If you select then do : it auto-populates with... I have seen that. Okay, so you're saying we do this, and then we do that, and we go... Ah. I love it. We learned a new hotkey. Much appreciated, Bit. All this time, I have been doing this manually, line by line, replacing variable names, just because I couldn't figure it out. So thank you. You have saved me a lot of time. And then the slash at the end makes it so that it does multiple, not just the one, I assume. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's test this out. There we go. It works like a charm. That's amazing. Hydrate, sure thing. Everyone, make sure to moisten yourself. If you use an LSP, you can probably tell it to rename a specific symbol as well. I should be using an LSP. I mean, it's using Godot's inbuilt stuff. So, the way I have it set up is in here, I've got the language server, which this is what NeoVim connects to, is this language server on this port and host. And the debug adapter, I've got that set up. And my external program, actually, where is it? Text editor, external, uses this pipe file to basically connect Godot and NeoVim together. So Godot sends stuff to that pipe file, NeoVim listens to it and stuff. Yeah. G is global, can't remember the regex variant. Probably Perl. Honestly, I'm not gonna try regex in search and replace yet. That sounds insane. Too much for me. Actually, I'm going to see if I can run this for you so you can see. This opening here was made by The Cobbler. They're a part of our community here. They're one of our viewers. I love it. It's such a good such a good splash screen. So good. We have language selection, which we don't actually have configured yet because none of the companies I've sent an email to asking them have bothered to reply, so to hell with them. Why don't you use Godot's code editor or whatever it's called? So I was using the inbuilt script editor here, but because I want to move towards the C++ side of things and do things in Raylib and whatnot, I want to get used to NeoVim and the hotkeys in NeoVim so that when I'm doing that C++ code, I'm already used to it and I already know what I'm doing. There'll be things that I still need to pick up, but I will understand most of it. I'll understand all the basics and some of the more advanced stuff, like that search replace thingamajig. The only search replace I knew of beforehand was this global search replace. But that obviously isn't gonna work for what I wanted. How many percent is the thing you were replacing in? That is like if you do 1,50 or whatever. And the single quote is mark IIRC. So you can use mark section top, mark bottom, replace with, but I don't use that advanced, but I don't use it that advanced myself. That entire thing bit, I understand not using that advanced search and replace because I don't even understand what you said. Just steer clear of it. Last thing I want to do is do a search and replace and break all of my code. But yeah, this is our game so far. We've got a bobblehead that runs on screen. It's a different bobblehead each time as well. Yep. I need to fine tune the head bobble. Okay. You got these snap as well, so furniture snaps together. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Everyone that follows is what I like to call a gedunt. If you don't know what a gedunt is, well, I got a treat for you. It stands for Good See You Next Tuesday, which is what us Aussies refer to friends as, without the good at the start, because we understand context. The reason why we say gedunt here is because Twitch and YouTube aren't gonna freak out and be like, oh, he said a bad word. And people in other parts of the world also aren't gonna freak out. We like to be family friendly. Yep. We're family friendly and we call people gedunt and bedunt. Bedunt is a bad one and they're the people you don't want to socialize with. Alright? Thank you for the follow too. Much appreciated. Why do Eskimos wash their clothes in tide? Because it's too cold outside. Thank you, Mike. Mike loves to give us dad jokes, and we love the dad jokes. Like, those are some premium dad jokes right there. Sorry, I mean the single quote symbol means marker, and the less than and greater than are just special markers. Common between them says the range. Helix has some better intuition, I think. Has better intuition, I think, about which of actions and selections come first. Oh. Why do trains like bubblegum? They love to choo-choo. Who doesn't love to choo-choo? Who doesn't? Yeah. This is what we have. I need to do some work on the lighting. Actually, I'll show you the full unboxing. This is our unboxing, and I'll even turn on the sound effects for you. Okay? Here you go. Here you go. How nice is that? How good is that? Everyone that's addicted to unboxing stuff is gonna love that. This is a conscious bobblehead. This is a bobblehead that has come to life. They scare customers. That's right, they scare customers and they cause you to lose business. You know what we do? You know what we do to people that cause that kind of ruckus in our game? You know what the punishment for scaring customers is? The punishment is the furnace. And they go into the furnace and disappear forever. Okay? Don't worry about the implications of that. Don't worry about how it became conscious. None of that's relevant, okay? Just throw out the box that it broke out of and go back to selling your inventory. That's all you need to do. Very straightforward. Very, very straightforward. Oh, you want to talk to me? I wish. I wish. Yeah. I need to tweak some values and some balance and whatnot. But, you know. You got... Yeah. Yeah. We're doing a play test sometime this week. That took a dark turn, just in the furnace. Well, for now, For now, it's just in the furnace, okay? There will be a total of 3 things you can do. So, because the bobblehead scares customers away, which costs you money, and also time because the customers drop whatever items they took off the shelves on the ground, and then you have to pick them up and put them back on the shelf. Just so much effort. You can, if you throw them in the furnace, holy damn! Thank you for the tier 1 sub, you legend. Much appreciated. I'm glad you support getting rid of possessed dolls. I too am in favor of this. They need to go. They don't belong on Earth. Alright? But if you take a bobblehead that's conscious and you throw it in the furnace, for the rest of that day, your shop gets a boon, a blessing bestowed upon it. And more customers come in to make up for the customers that you lost when they got scared and ran out. Yeah. Alternatively, what you can do is you can have up to 5 conscious bobbles working on your workbench to repair broken bobbleheads that NPCs bring in to get repaired. Saves you paying an employee to do it. Saves you doing it yourself. Perfect. It's a win-win. And after 5 days, those conscious bobbleheads, they break. Which means they then need to be repaired and then sold. Or, the last thing you can do to these conscious bobbleheads is strange people will come into the store looking for things of a paranormal nature. Okay? You can sell these bobbleheads for a ton of money. A ton of money to these creeps. But that does cause less people to come into your store because you get a reputation for being the store that weird people hang out at. So pick and choose what you do with the bobbleheads carefully. I feel like this is just like living bobble discrimination. Hey, maybe. I don't know about you, Brotato, but if I see Chucky, I'm throwing it in the fire. Oh no, weird people. I'm not talking about regular weird people, Nihil. I'm talking about the ones that have like a black trench coat and they walk around like, you know, that kind of weird. Yeah. 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 The kind of person that you see down the street and you're like, everyone needs to steer clear of that person. That kind of weird. When you fart, it can either be silent or loud. And then there's the turd option. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm all for punting Chucky to the moon. Nice. For some reason, I kept reading punting as putting. Punting Chucky to the moon. All the way to the moon. I wonder if this will actually work just like this. But yeah, that's the idea of the game. So, you know, in some sense, it's kind of like TCG Card Shop Simulator. We do have cards as well. We do have cards that people can buy. Just before anyone says, how is this like TCG Card Shop Simulator? Right? There are cards that you can buy. Now, you just got to be level 2 before you can buy them. That's all. Why is that one only 89.60? I don't know. I can buy these ones. Well, I need to change that size. What's happened there? Trying to assign value of type node to a type of variable base state. Huh. I have that card set up incorrectly, I believe. Why is that there? Hang on. First of all, let's fix this. There we go. I'll fix that. Whoops. I may have forgotten about that. There we go, that's better. Most popular sports in Australia? Isn't it like rugby or cricket? Cricket is popular during the summer because the field is obviously too dry to be running on and whatnot. You'll like bloody pull a hammy, twist an ankle and all that kind of stuff constantly. So cricket is very popular during the summer. During the winter, it's AFL mostly is our big sport. AFL is huge. Much bigger than rugby in Australia. Like, an AFL crowd, depending on the teams that are playing, an AFL crowd can get to like 100,000 plus. Okay? In rugby, the most people that are going to be at a rugby game, like 50 or 60,000. Yeah, like there. Get out of here with that. That's weak numbers. But yeah, AFL is the big one. I mean, look at this stadium. Look at all those seats being filled. Look at that. Look at that. Every single seat has a person in it. Yeah. It's huge. If you haven't seen AFL, I suggest you go on YouTube and you look it up. 1970 Grand Final MCG, 121,696. Exactly. Don't understand any of those sports. Is AFL American football? It's the Australian Football League. Okay? Okay? I'm sorry, but your American football with your pads and your helmets. Live in a country with our animals, and you will know that pads and a helmet mean nothing when it comes to sports. 2015 Cricket 2015 Cricket World Cup Final. 93,013. Yeah. Kingslayer, how are we? Safe rugby indeed. Safe rugby. Nah, it is because there's like a lot of specifics around how you're allowed to tackle in AFL. For example, in AFL, we don't put a helmet on someone and go, cool, you can be dropped on your head and you're perfectly fine. No, we don't do that. We go, all right, a helmet's gonna do nothing if you get tackled extremely hard. Oh my god, Olgo! G'day, you good dunce. What were you up to? Welcome in. I hope you had a fantastic stream. Please, enlighten us. What were you up to tonight? G'day, you good dunt, back at ya. We were just talking about AFL and the rules around tackling. Yeah. Quite an interesting sport indeed. Was a good stream. Working on my game, then decided to play some Rise of the Tomb Raider. Nice. Nice. I myself am currently playing through Black Mesa because I have never played any Half-Life. So, feeling inspired due to these Tomb Raider announcements? Yep. I did see the new Tomb Raider announcement. Remember they had to stop the finger in the bum as a tackle in AFL? That's true. That's true. They did. It's very true. It was a very effective tackle. It was super effective. In American football, there's rules on how you can tackle as well. You can't wrap yourself around someone because too many players were breaking their leg or ankle. And they banned the hip drop tackle. So the thing is, like, it's common knowledge that if you hit your head, even if you're wearing a helmet, if your head suddenly stops, your brain is still moving and it's going to bounce around inside that skull. Okay? So in AFL, you're not allowed to do what we refer to as a sling tackle, which is you can't grab someone and you can't sling them around and throw them onto the ground, because that's just building up momentum to give them a concussion. And that's an illegal tackle. Right? You're allowed to grab them. Like you can run at them and you can spear tackle them and like take them to the ground. But you can't grab them and purposefully sling tackle them to the ground. Like you can't throw them to the ground. Yeah. It's all about ways to protect the head. Yeah. So what kind of tackles can you make? I'll show you some of them. Where are we? Let's go to YouTube. There's some good AFL tackles on YouTube. Nah, that's not a tackle. You can do that. You can do stuff like that, where you just like steamroll over the top of them. And just like crush him. That's a fair tackle. That's a fair tackle. Yeah. Where is it? Yeah. That's a fair tackle. That's a fair tackle because he was going for the ball. If the ball wasn't there, then it would have been counted as a dangerous tackle because you tripped him and it would have been a free kick. So stuff like that. Stuff like that. You can put your knee in between their shoulders to catch ball. Oh yeah, so that's another thing. The AFL Specky. Okay. So this is what you're also allowed to do this. Okay. So you're allowed to go up onto the shoulder of your opponent in order to catch the ball. Okay. That's fine. And then this one here, but yep, that's fine. And that's fine because he's looking at the ball the entire time. Now, if he took his eyes off the ball and looked this direction for even a split second, it wouldn't have been counted and it would have been a free kick to the other team. Aren't there bigger risks with no helmet, even though if there's rules about tackling? No. No, there's not. Because as I said before, Brotato, just because you're wearing a helmet, that doesn't mean your brain is protected. You hit your head on the ground, even if you're wearing a helmet, your brain still smashes against the skull. Like, your brain is still getting bruised and injured in that tackle. The only thing a helmet does is it stops your skin from splitting and you bleeding. That's all a helmet does. So if you reduce how many times someone hits their head on the ground, or how many times someone gets a knock to the head in general, you reduce how many concussions there are and how many head injuries there are in general. A helmet is just a helmet is just there for looks. Basically. Like, if you're not riding a bike or a motorcycle or a race car, driving a race car, you don't need a helmet. Right? Helmet has padding to help take more of the blow to stop force to the head. The head isn't the issue though, it's the brain. The padding on the outside of the skull does nothing for the brain on the inside of the skull. Like, it's that simple. Like, you can stop someone getting a cut to their head, but their brain is still going to be bruised and they're still going to have a concussion, and a number of concussions over time is still going to cause brain damage. So it's best to just eliminate the number of, like, reduce significantly the number of times someone's head gets hit. That's it. And we're not talking like if you do a tackle like that, it's like, oh, no, don't do that again. It's like, no, if you do a tackle like that, you're reported to the AFL tribunal who reviews the case. You're going to be fined a lot of money if you're found guilty of a dangerous tackle, and you're probably going to be suspended for 2 to 6 weeks from playing, which means you don't get paid for 2 to 6 weeks. Sometimes it's like a full year suspension, depending on how dangerous it is. So it's like, injuries to the head are taken very seriously. With the thing where they like jump on the person's shoulders, aren't they at risk of breaking something if the other person moves wrong. So there are rules around how those are allowed. So you're not allowed to put your knee directly into someone's back. Okay, so it's not like you've got someone's back here and the knee's going in like that. No, the knee has to be coming up at an angle. So it's like it's not even your knee, it's more your shin, your entire lower leg that's like using them as a springboard sort of thing. If the knee comes into contact with the head, that's an issue. If you try to go for a specky, but you miss the ball completely, then it's a free kick to the other team. And depending on if you hit them or not, it's a report to the tribunal and possible suspension, fines and stuff like that. So there are rules in place around that stuff. And because players know that stuff like that is possible, they're not moving out of the way for it. Right? Because it could be their teammate that comes up to do that specky. And they don't want to cause an injury to their teammate by moving and having their teammate trip and fall face first into the ground. So there's a whole bunch of stuff around it. I feel like there's some irony in a floating head complaining about helmets. I'm not complaining about helmets. Helmets are fine when it comes to riding a bike, a motorbike, driving a race car, stuff like that. When it comes to sports where you're being tackled, just avoid slamming the other person's head into the ground. That's all you need to do. What about the person jumping? Aren't they at risk of hurting themselves if they don't do it right? That's the risk they take. That's them choosing to take that risk, not them imposing that risk on someone else. That's the difference between someone going up for a specky and putting themselves at risk versus someone grabbing someone and throwing them to the ground, putting the other person at risk. You want to put yourself at risk? Go for it. Go for it as much as you like. The only person you've got to blame is yourself. Where is it? Yeah, it's that. But yeah, I recommend watching a game of AFL. It's very interesting. It's very fast paced. It's like if they jump up and fell on someone and they both got injured, would the one who jumped get in trouble? Depends on the circumstance. Depends on the circumstance. So if they jump up for the ball and they don't touch the ball, like the ball goes completely over their head or it goes to the side or something, and in the process of going for the jump, they've fallen on someone and injured them, then yes, they will get in trouble. They will get in trouble for that. Because it's an unrealistic attempt at that point. It's like, no, that ball was way away from you. You were never going to catch it. Unrealistic. That's your fault. Outside of that, it's kind of like, all right, well, we can't stop injuries at all. We can reduce the number of injuries while still keeping the game a physical game. But there's still going to be accidents that occur. Yeah. Like, if you've got a physical game, you can't eliminate accidents. things will happen that are out of everyone's control. Someone goes up for a jump, someone else comes in front of the other player they've jumped on top of while they're jumping. You can't do anything like that because physics, you know, you're going to come back down. It's just what's going to happen. Oh, no, that's right. Never mind. That's fine. Are you allowed to throw the ball or just like tossing and kicking it? You can't throw it. The only 2 ways you're allowed, or the only 3 ways you're allowed to move it is kicking it. You must kick it. Or you can run, and every 10 to 15 meters, you have to bounce the ball. So that egg-shaped ball, you have to bounce it off the ground, and it comes back to you, and you like catch it, and you keep running, and then you bounce it again in 10 to 15 meters. You can do that. Or you can do what we call a handball, which is you make a fist, and you punch the ball, and you send it forward that way. Those are the only 3 ways you're allowed to move it. If you just throw the ball, that's a free kick to the other team. Instant free kick. No questions about it. Kind of like dribbling in basketball. The bouncing, yes. Yes, that is kind of like dribbling in basketball. It's very odd, isn't it? Considering it's like an oval ball and not a spherical ball. Without tossing it to a teammate, that's the handball. That's the handball. You handball it to a teammate. So AFL handball. There we go. So that there. So this is the other thing. If it's in the air, you're allowed to punch it to continue it moving, but you can't grab it and throw it. Okay? It has to be a punch to keep it moving. And if you throw it in the air and then punch it, that's still a throw because you threw it in the air. Okay. So what happens here is perfectly fine. That punch is fine. That's a handball. That's a handball. That's a handball. That's a handball. You notice how they're punching it to their teammate? Yeah. Where is card? Sorry, it's under here. Duh. Card holder. This will be somewhere around 1. Oop. And no, not 0.085. Ah, 0.0875. Yeah. That's the middle of it. And then we have these at... there. That's fine. I'm good with that. I think that's a bit big for the card, though. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. What about soccer and hockey? Are those popular sports in the land of neurotoxin-filled creatures? Hockey? No, not ice hockey. Not ice hockey. Field hockey is more popular than ice hockey just because we don't really have a lot of snow or ice. So field hockey would be more popular. But there's also... like, we do have soccer. Soccer's kind of like our fourth tier sport. So it's like AFL, cricket, rugby, soccer. Yeah, that's the order of, like, what's popular. Basketball is kind of like there are people that are really into basketball, but it's like way down. If not a stupid question, what game are you making right now? That's not a stupid question at all. We are making Bobble Shop Simulator. We have a pinned link in the message. This is it here. You can go wishlist it. We have a playtest coming up in a few days once Steam gets off their weekend and approves our build. Then we can have the playtest. I can get feedback on what optimization issues there are, what bugs there are, what accessibility is missing, what UX needs to be reworked, stuff like that. And then we can fix that stuff before we release our demo in February in anticipation for Steam's Next Fest. Yeah. What about ice hockey in Olympics? Doesn't Australia participate in the Winter Olympics? We participate in the Winter Olympics, but we don't participate in everything. Australian ice hockey Olympic team. We do have an ice hockey team. Apparently. Maybe. Do we? This is the 1960s. We have skaters. So like we have Olympic skaters. Like speed skaters and whatnot. The Australian men's ice hockey team represent Australia in ice hockey sports. Australia competed in the Winter Olympics once in 1960 when the team lost all their matches. They've also competed in the Ice Hockey World Championships 33 times, with their best result being a 9th place finish at the same Olympics with 13th place in 1962. So yeah. Our ice hockey's not our forte. Okay? What Australia is good at is swimming and running. You know, the things you need to get away from the dangerous creatures we have. That's really where Australia shines. That's ads coming in. God, it's already been an hour. I've already started documenting what my next game's going to be as well. Figuring out what the storyline's going to be. I've written most of the plot. I just need to do like a couple of revisions of it to like get the plot really kind of honed in. And once we get close to releasing this, I'll kind of release that. Be like, this is what we're working on next. Yeah. How good. But yeah, that's like 8 months away. So, well, 8, no. That's probably like 4 months away. 4 to 5 months away. Ice hockey isn't Australia's big thing, but when it comes to the dumbest ways to die, you'll shine. No. There's a difference between dumb ways to die and bad ways to die, okay? For instance, a dumb way to die is walking onto a train track while a train is coming. That's a dumb way to die. You know? If I'm gardening and all of a sudden a Sydney funnel web spider comes out of its tunnel and bites me and that causes me to die, that's not a dumb way to die. That's just bad luck. That's just very bad luck. This is why I live in an apartment. Alright? No funnel web spiders are making tunnels in a cement floor. None. And if they are, they need to be studied for science. Well, that's a powerful spider right there. Okay? Okay? Ads are playing. So, we're going to do this. We need to figure out what game this is. We're looking for a third-person game. It's an action game. Between 98 and 2009. Not a shooter, not a platformer, not an RPG. What games you got? I kind of want to go something like... No. That's a shooter. Yeah. We've already guessed Super Meat Boy. We've already guessed Tomb Raider 2. Not going to be Conkers, because that's a platformer as well. Same with Crash Bandicoot. Could be a racing game. What's a third-person racing game? Crazy Taxi? Okay, so it's an Activision published game. What if they funnel spiders are living in your brain, not in your walls? I would already be dead because the funnel web spider is not a small spider. Okay, the funnel web spider, like, its body is about that big and its leg span is about that. Okay, they're they ain't living in your brain without you perishing. That's all I can say. It's not a racing game either. My God, is it no, it's a third-person game. It's got to be a hack and slash, right? It's not a hack and slash. What the frick? Is it Rock Band? No, it's not going to be Rock Band. It's a sport game. What's a third-person sport game? Nothing in Australia is small? Correct. Don't you know it, Brotato? Wink, wink. I don't know what sport game there is that, like, is it going to be an AFL game? Not ALF. AFL. No. What is this game? Third person, in-house, sports, action. Boxing games, would those be third person? If it's looking over the shoulder. Like Mortal Kombat and stuff like that is side view. Like, it's not going to be a soccer game because those are all like isometric looking down at the field. Same with basketball games. It won't be WWE. No, like FIFA and stuff. Like, FIFA only goes back to 2012 in this. Madden 08? Nah. Because, yeah, isometric bird view. It's looking down at the field sort of thing. 2000 to 2006 is what we're looking for. Third person. It's not racing, but it's a sport game. What? Could it be like a baseball? It's like Assassin's Creed. That's not. NRL Rugby League. Nah. Nah. Doesn't exist even in this game. I wonder if it's like a baseball. Nah. I don't know. If it's like a duck hunt kind of thing, is it like Assassin's Creed? Yes, yes. Camera-wise, it's like Assassin's Creed, where the camera's behind the player, like looking over their shoulder sort of thing. That's the third-person camera. MLB The Show, that only goes back to 2021. That's not going to be in the 2000 to 2006 range, unfortunately. Speaking of third person, I started playing No Man's Sky yesterday, and oh boy, is there a lot of game in this game. Yeah, I would hope so. For how long they have been developing it, I would hope that there is a ton of game in that game. Maybe it's like a running. You know, like a... No. You know what? Yeah. Doesn't matter. We haven't got it. What is it? Oh my god, it's Tony Hawk's. Of course. Skateboarding's a sport. Skateboarding's a sport. Duh. Duh. Oh my god. That's 875. We now need to go to 25. Right there. What up, Jupers? How you doing? Disney Olympics. Most recent large update. Check this one. Voyages. Introducing update 6.0. Create your own colossal, fully furnished, completely bespoke Corvette-class starship in No Man's Sky Voyages. And invite your friends on board. Introducing habitable multi-crew starships. assembled from hundreds of ship modules, new multiplayer missions, a stunningly detailed new player suit, a shipbuilding community expedition, and more. So the entire thing is based around building a communal ship. I will say that's a good way to get people locked in. Because you and your friends work together to build this ship that you all operate and live on together. Okay? And then if one of your friends stops playing, you can all shun that person because they're not joining you on the journey. So that person's not gonna want to leave. They're gonna want to stay so they can be part of the friend group. That's some psychological crap right there. I like that. I'm gonna go to bed. It's 2 a.m. for me. Got to get up at 7 a.m. Yes, go to bed. Get sleep. Please get sleep. By the time you fall asleep, it'll be like 2:33 a.m. So, my goodness. Have a good one, Brotato. Step directly into deep space. Thunderbird class habitations. Okay. I see. Looks interesting. I just need to place these everywhere I can. Also has DLSS support and full VR. I don't have VR yet. Maybe when the Steam Frame releases, I will have VR. But even then, I don't know. Because that's probably going to be a lot more than I can afford. Cool. I don't like how close they get to the edge. Place two of them next to each other, they're going to be very close. I feel like having you at $7.5. Imagine paying $1,000 for a Star Citizen ship when NMS exists. Imagine paying that much for, like, however much No Man's Sky is when Empyrean Galactic Survival exists. As someone who has never played No Man's Sky. That looks better. So what, we've got 22 and 7.5. Update these Blender models. It's on sale for $35 at the moment. Need to learn how to make a car though. You can make a spaceship, but you can't make a car. Come on. Come on. Clearly someone just reads the manual. To be fair, you start out with free spaceship. Excuses. Okay. Because again, these get too close. So I think we drop you down to 8 or 9. Oops. 0.85 maybe. Maybe. And these ones here can be, what, 0.85 to 7? Because what they were... And they were 1, then we drop them down by 0.015. So we want to drop this down by 0.03 to make up the difference. Then we want these to drop down by 0.045 before, no, 0.045, which would be that. They look similarly spaced, except for the fact that you're already spaced. Actually, what's this distance here? So that's 1.2 meters. We take off 1.5 from either or 0.15 from either side, so we're looking at 0.9. 0.9, 0.45. Maybe we'd take 0.1 off each side. Maybe we drop you down to... No, you're already at 0.5. Because these ones in the center look too close. They look too close. By free, I mean unused. Seeing other people's spaceships when they enter space stations, making me kind of jealous though. Move you to 9. And we can move you half of that, which would be 0.25. Or which would be like 0.25. Top of this. .085 up to 0.09 adds 0.5 to it. So there. Yeah, that'll work. Everything must be exact. You know, that's close enough. Where are we? Pop into our displays. Small, large. There we go. That's better. So now there's enough space on the side that when I put another one on the side, they're going to be roughly that far apart. Roughly. That doesn't need to be exact. Doesn't need to be exact. Next one. This one. Large card display. Bye-bye. Mesh. Quick load. Huh. What's going on with those ones? What is happening with those? It's definitely darker. Okay. There we go. That's better. Much better. I like it when my 3D models look correct. That was Godot deciding to say nope. Alright. Oh, I can't believe I gotta wait until Tuesday to play more Black Mesa. Why? Why do I do this? Why did I limit myself like this? What am I doing? So foolish of me. I need to duplicate this thing. Do 0. Two. Not quite. One 8, I think. That's our back anchor. This thing here can be 1.2. And what? 0.175. We're looking at 3. God damn it. Three, 5. Okay, so 3, 5. Which means you 175 would be 3. Yep, cool. So that is correct. Beautiful. Those have to go there. I got an oopsie to fix here. These ones. So these need to be... What? On the X is fine. On the Z, go like... Huh. Typical Australian deja vu, thinking that I saw a spider crawling on my blinds when I didn't. Just reliving trauma. It's alright. Perfectly fine. There we go. So we need this to be 1.2. Or drop this down to 1.6. Move this to about 0.6. 0.7. 8th. Ooh. Doesn't work. Bears! G'day, you get done. How's our 10 out of 10 going? Huh? What were you doing on this fantastic night of Sunday? We are just adding a new bit of furniture and new item selling stuff into the game. Played some Night Rain tonight. Nice, nice. Got your butts kicked. That's okay. That's okay. That just means that you have to get better. Okay? Get good, as they say. That's all. Practice makes adequate. Yep. Not perfect, because there's no such thing as perfect. No such thing at all. Seems to happen more and more nowadays. Now, that's just called age. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. The older you get, the more you gotta get your butt kicked. This is Godot, Edwin. It is indeed. Good eye. Oops. It was a lot of fun though. I'm interested to see what furniture and stuff you're adding. So these here, these are going to be our card stands. So if we have a look at this one, you can see how we've got these little things on top. And it's like, that's where the card slots into. Yeah. The price will display in front of them and whatnot. So, yeah. Yeah. This is the small one that fits 8 cards. This is the larger one that fits more. So, yeah. We did all of the modeling this morning. So once we've got them added, once we have these added, because like it's not just selling the cards, it's also the card sleeves, which the card sleeves is just like a pack of card sleeves. You can see the difference in them there. And they've got this transparent bit around them, which is the plastic. And down here, we'll texture paint this to make it, like, give it a brand logo and stuff. It looks a lot better in engine. Ow. Goddamn hiccups. Goddamn. I had a coffee at the start of the stream, which probably isn't a good idea at 5 PM. But I needed the energy. Yeah, coffee's the only way I'm getting that energy. Gotta try and keep my brain going. That's the other thing that comes with age. Brain slows down. Oh, that's right. We need to resize this too. This will be... No, further out. There. Perfect. Roughly. Something like that. Yeah. Did you see Jitsbo's thingamajig? The showcase? How long have I been a game developer? Oh my god, it's been almost 18 months. Holy shite. Yeah, it's been about 18 months. Before that, I was like sports statistic, software developer, web developer type stuff. So thought your mustache was tusk of an orc. The reason orcs have those tusks is because they were jealous. They were jealous of my mustache. And they were like, we must be better. And then they tried to grow mustaches, but accidentally grew tusks instead. Yep. And because of their jealousy and envy, they also turned green and became hideous at the same time. They used to be great looking people. Orcs used to be great looking people. Until they saw my mustache and they got filled with jealousy and envy. And they tried to replicate it. And that's how we get the ugly green orcs with tusks that we have now. True story. True story. That is the lore of orcs on this stream. Where is it? There it is. Bring that up. Totally valid. Damn right. If anyone disagrees, you're wrong. All there is to it. Okay. So 9. 275 and 455. Duplicate. I should also lock these in place before I accidentally move them and cause everything to go haywire. Sorry, having some issues with the connections to my hands at the moment. They're not playing nice. Where am I gonna put the... Where am I gonna put the price tags for these? Maybe. I'm not sure if I want to make them display without the image though. Because if I put one card here, like for example, oh, there it goes, crashing in. Of course it crashes again. Okay, there we go. There we go. Why is it still up there? With AI and stuff, do you find it necessary to learn to code? So I've been using Copilot and found it really powerful. Surprised me. It will get you through the basics and the boilerplate stuff, but when you need to do actual complex problems, it's going to start to fail you more and more. Because it only knows how to do what it's been trained on. And sure, it understands documentation, and it understands the general idea of code. But when it generates complex code, it's going to be filled with bugs because it only understands the syntax. It doesn't understand the complexity and the logic and stuff like that that goes into a unique bit of complex code. It will try to take bits and pieces from different snippets that it's been trained on, but those aren't going to fit perfectly together. So you're gonna have to know how to code to debug the issues that come with that generated code. If you want a good example of why it's still good to understand code and know how to code, all you need to do is look at Windows. Because earlier this year, around about February, when the CEO of Microsoft said that about 30% of their code was AI generated, you track from February onwards, you can see a steep decline in the quality of Windows 11. And that kind of gives you an idea of what AI is doing in terms of code. Like, main way of using it at the moment is to make it do tiny little steps, then cleaning it up afterwards. Exactly. My way of using AI code is, or my way of using AI is to use it to help me understand things. Or, for example, for my next game, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be prompting AI to get concept art of the thing that I'm looking to make. And then once I've got like the rough outline, like the rough idea of what I want, then I can take over from there. I can do the artwork exactly how I want. I can do the 3D modeling how I want. All that sort of stuff. You know, it gives me a starting off point as someone who's not like a skilled artist. Yeah. Thank you for the follow too. Much appreciated. You're officially a Gedunt. G''DUNT. Make sure to tell your friends and family. It's now raised up. Why does it say negative? Oh, I know why. I know why. There we go. Quick load. On there. Beautiful. There we go. What if I would rather be a Bedunt? If you would rather be a Bedunt, you can piss right off. Alright? Get out of chat. We don't want no blasted Bedunts here. Okay? We're Gedunts. We're friends. We're good people. Bedunts are the people we don't like. Once my boss discovered vibe coding, he now expects us to use AI to fix the problems, saying it should only take 5 minutes to fix the complex problem that's been an issue for more than 5 years. That there is a perfect example of someone that is in a position of power that knows nothing about the job that they are managing. It's a perfect example of someone that got their business degree, their masters of business, whatever it's called, and immediately got put in charge of a bunch of tech people, and they have no idea what actually goes into the job. When I read stories like that on Reddit, everyone is like, leave the company immediately. No, you don't leave the company immediately. What you do is, you got to remember this. We're programmers. We are logical, okay? You don't react based on emotion, okay? Reacting on emotion only causes yourself problems in a professional environment, okay? When it comes to work, when it comes to business, what I have found the best thing to do is construct logical reasons and arguments and gather evidence as to why those arguments and logical statements are true. Okay? So you put together a whole bunch of statements and logical arguments and evidence to back them up. And you present them time and time and time again to your boss in all sorts of meetings. Not just meetings with your team, but also in front of their bosses. So that way, they have no way of getting out of doing things correctly. They can't be like, oh no, we're going to do it this way because of blah, 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 blah. Because then you can just be like, well, no, we've already shown you that that's a bad way of doing it with like empirical data. Okay. And then their bosses, after they see that, are going to be like, oh, this manager has no idea what they're doing. Like, it creates a situation where it cannot be denied that that manager is pointless. That is how you approach those jobs, those situations. Because it eliminates the people that are worthless. Thank you for the follow too. 2,500. We are 1% of the way towards our goal. That's right. Our new follower goal is 2.5 million. We will get there by the end of next year. Just 1,997,500 to go. 100% agreed? Yeah. Yeah. And also, like, that's how I always approached meetings where I needed to provide options to management. They're like, all right, we need to complete this task. Look into it, come up with ways that we can approach it and get it completed. I would always create 3 options for them. Okay? One option is the correct option. Okay? It's a reasonable time frame. Okay? It cost how much you would expect it to cost. It will take roughly how long you would think it would take. Maybe a week longer or so. Like, depends on what the task is. And it follows practices as close as it can without blowing out timelines and stuff. Okay? It's a reasonable approach. It's a reasonable option. And then you have another option, which is they can get it done now. Like, they can have it in a week, but it's going to be coded poorly, and it's going to be buggy and require fixes every other week, and it's just going to be terrible. It's going to be slow, not performant, not optimized, all that kind of stuff. They can have it in a week if they're happy with that. And then you give them the third option, which is, all right, this is going to take longer than every other option, but it follows all of the best practices. And it's going to cost more because it's being done 100% as you would expect it to do in theory in university. Okay? Surprisingly, they always pick the reasonable option. And they think it's their choice because they're picking the reasonable option. Even though you've just given them one option that they will pick and 2 options that are just... If they picked either of those other 2 options and go to their bosses with that, their bosses are going to laugh them out of the room. Okay? It's the only thing you need to do. It's the only thing you need to do. And because they're not techie, they don't know any better. It does work. The only time it doesn't work is when your manager is someone that actually understands tech. And by that stage, you don't need to go through this because they already understand what's reasonable. Oh, Cobbler! G'day, you good dunt. What are you doing over there on the tubes? In your opinion, What is the boundary to distinguish oneself as a programmer or not in their way of using AI? If all they are doing is getting AI to generate code, running it, finding a bug, telling the AI there's a bug, getting the AI to fix the bug, rerunning the code, and if that's all their process is, they're not a programmer. They're a prompt. Like, they're an AI prompter. That's all they are. They write sentences for a living. Right? They don't actually know how to write code. They're not a programmer at all. Okay. If they use the AI to assist them in writing code, so if they're writing code and they're like, oh crap, how can I get this done? And then they like get the AI to help them finish the task and like understand the task and like how to resolve it and such, then they're a programmer because they know code. They know code, they've just got a bit of a problem with, trying to figure out the logical problem. I was checking on YouTube and saw you live. Yeah, damn right you did. Damn right you did. It's still programming, don't be a snob, man. You're just a wire-back hater. Sure thing. Go back to being an underqualified journalist. Like, I've got no problem with AI. Like, if you want to use AI to generate your programs, go for gold. But if all you do is use AI to generate your programs and nothing else, and you don't write any code yourself, don't try and tell me that you're a coder. Like, maybe at one point you were a coder, but not anymore. Do I have this? I don't want it to be double-sided. What the hell? I'm gonna look into that later. Figure it out later. Figure that. Using this logic, you could say anyone who doesn't write anything in ASM isn't a programmer. In fact, some do. Not at all. There's various different programming languages, but there's a difference between a programming language and, like, there's a difference between writing code in a programming language and having something else write the code for you. There is no difference between a manager. Like, you can say that a manager that has never touched code in their life is a programmer because they tell you to write a program and then you write the code. That doesn't make the manager a programmer. Just because you're doing the job of a manager and the AI is doing the job of a program, it doesn't make you a programmer. Script kiddies is a term to refer to. I mean, yeah, but I wouldn't class script kiddies as programmers either. Like, that's all. No, I don't want to drop down that far. I'll leave it at 6. That's good. Ads coming in. Have you posted any games? If yes, but I can look it up. Not yet. This will be our first one. Are you down to take jobs for game dev? I'm working with a company now. I'm looking for someone. Thought I'd ask you about it. Not at the moment. No. Not looking to take on any jobs at the moment. No worries, though. Agree to disagree. What are you up to? Exactly. Agree to disagree. Like, we all have our different opinions. That's my opinion. I'm fine with people having alternate opinions. What we're working on, we've got a pinned message. That's our game. It's our first game, so we're starting with a very basic shop simulator. Okay, so nothing complicated. We don't have to worry about skill systems and combat systems and stuff like that. Yeah, it's got bobbleheads with different rarities. You've got cards that relate to the bobbleheads and give you some backstory of the bobbleheads as well as their descriptions. There'll be static cards and animated cards as well. And there'll be a bunch of other stuff that you can buy in relation to the bobbleheads. So, waiting for Steam to approve our playtest build. And then we can get a playtest underway to find optimizations and UX issues and stuff like that. And hopefully, well, at this rate, we'll have a demo for Steam Next Fest in February. Yeah. Hell yeah. Anyway, while the ads are playing, let's do a game door. What game do you want to start with? It could be any game whatsoever. Could be... You know what game we haven't started with for a while? We haven't started with a fear for a while. Alright, before 2009, not first person, not a shooter. Could be sci-fi, could be horror. Which one? Which one will it be? Would you call those prompters program developer? No. Not if all they're doing is prompting. If they're not writing a single line of code themselves, then no, they're not a programmer. They're a project manager. Like,
I saw a saw sawing a saw.
Saw a saw sawing a saw? Was the saw sore after sawing a saw? Different kind. There were 3 in there. What if we try Fable? Ooh. Alright, third person, single player, RPG. It's looking like it's gonna be either PlayStation PSX original. What up, Coding? How are you doing? Welcome in. It looks like it's going to be PlayStation original, PSX, or it's a Nintendo. Which could be Super Mario. It is Nintendo published. It's not. Okay. This could be a Legend of Zelda.
I saw someone sawing a jar of saucer with saw.
I'm so good. Ah. Got that one. That was easy. I was going to go with I saw a saw sawing a saucer sourcing. I saw someone sawing a jar of saucer with saw. What's a jar of saucer? Do you mean a jar of sauce or a saucer of sauce? I don't know what a jar of saucer is. What would someone who's restricted to only being able to use source code generated by LLMs have to do to change your mind on the developer programmer or even software engineer definition? Do they do anything outside of what they're forced? So you can be forced at work to use AI and only AI to generate code and not write any code yourself. But outside of work, do you write any code? Do you do anything actually programming? Or is the only thing you know to do is prompt AI? Like, in this scenario, they are only permitted to use LLM generated source code. Well, they have to create this way to change your mind. It's not about what they can create with that generated code. It's about what they, like, it's about them. So like outside of work, like you're not locked at work 24/7. You've got things you do outside of work. Outside of work, outside of the context of work, do you write code? Have you ever written code? Do you understand code? Like, are you able to do anything code related that's not prompting an AI? I'm not talking about at work. I'm talking about you as a person. Because there's a difference between you being a programmer and your job title being a programmer. Okay? You are not your job. If you think that you are your job and that's it, it's a bad mindset. Like, I could get a job working as a waiter. That doesn't mean that I'm not also a programmer. I can write code. I can build stuff myself. It just means that what I do for a living is a waiter. That's it. I write my own code, have 25 plus years. I've trained the AI to use my code as the standard template. I now use it. I use it now only because I'm overworked. Outside of work, I rarely use AI except to conceptualize something. Then you yourself are a programmer. But in the context of your work, I wouldn't say that your job is a programmer. I would say you've taken the programming out of your job. You have automated the programming away from your job, and now you're now a prompt engineer. That's what I would say. Also, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, and like that's going to be the progression of a lot of jobs, Sage. That's why what I want to do is I'm starting off making games in Godot. After I've made a couple of games in Godot, I'm going to make a couple of games in C++ using Raylib or Ogre 3D. Maybe I'll make a game in Bevy using Rust. Yeah. And then after I've made a couple games in those and I've gotten better at those programming languages, I'm going to look at the engine code. Yeah, and I'm going to start contributing to engine code and whatnot. So get more and more technical with my coding. Considered Odin? No, not yet. Like, Odin will be something I would do afterwards, like as just something fun to learn. Like maybe do it one day a week sort of thing on stream to learn it. But it's not something I would put a ton of time into. The reason I say that is because I want to get to a point where I can look at the C code that is used by large language networks, like large language models, and I can understand it and I can write it. Yeah, because like the more technical you're able to code, the more secure your job is from AI. Because AI is going to be able to do the standard high level, web development, interface development type stuff. But you're not gonna, like, AI is not gonna replace the extremely complicated technical stuff. Like, it's not going to replace, or anytime soon, it's not anytime soon going to replace the code that goes into a pacemaker for someone's heart, or hospital equipment, or anything like that. Like, yeah. Oh, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Much appreciated. You legend. Getting us to our goal. Thank you very much, Sage. So there is no real way to falsify this conceptual boundary. I think it would be interesting to watch with someone who is clever doing that situation, where they're restricted, but you seem uninterested in putting out a possible standard or goal to hit. So I won't mention it again. Good luck, have fun. It's not about a conceptual boundary. Like, if your job at work is you are only allowed to prompt an AI to give you code, then you are an AI prompt engineer. You're not allowed to write code. Your job is to be an AI prompt engineer. If outside of work, you only do AI prompting to get code and you don't understand how to do any code yourself, then I'm sorry, but you're not a programmer. It's like saying that someone that can write a single, like someone that goes up to AI and goes, "Hey, generate me a novel," and then calling that person a novelist. No, they're not a novelist. The AI generated the novel. Like, if you have a race car where the race car driver says, "All right, get around this track as fast as you can," and the AI races the car around the track as fast as they can, the driver in that situation is not a race car driver. The AI is the thing that did the racing. The person in the driver's seat was just sitting there going along for a ride. Like, if you want to call yourself a programmer and all you do is prompt AI to do stuff, but you don't actually know anything about code yourself, go for gold. I don't care what you want to call yourself. Call yourself Superman for all I care. It doesn't impact me. I'm just telling you my opinion on the matter. What if a person can understand the very basics of programming language, can read and understand the generated code if they really try to understand it, but still use AI code most of the time? Then they themselves... So I think people are getting caught up on the professional aspect of it. You know? Like, in that situation, I would call them a junior programmer, because they only understand the very basics. So they are a junior programmer. Yeah. Like, but so as I said before, you are not your job. If your job is only prompting AI, then your job is an AI prompt engineer. That's it. Outside of your job, you can be a programmer if you want to be. You can go write code on your own, do whatever you want. But your job is to prompt an AI to do things. That's... Okay? It seems like people are going, "Oh, you're saying that if your job is to prompt AI, they're not a programmer." But they still know how to write code. It's like, yeah, they may still know how to write code, but that's not their job. It's... A true programmer knows at least 3 languages. One of those would be a scripting language. True. Either Python or Bash or JavaScript. Maybe some C sharp if they really hate themselves. You know? I was tempted to ask you earlier, it was already the case that I'm obsessed with programming. I'm taking this kind of dystopian point of view now, where I want to put like 100% of my time in programming so I can stay self-employed for as long as possible. I mean, we'll see what happens over the next 2 to 5 years, because if the cost of hardware keeps going up, in 2 to 5 years, people may not even be able to afford a home computer. Who knows what'll happen? Yeah? Maybe all of the hardware manufacturing companies will pull out and service AI, and then everyone's reliant on using their phone to access AI services to do what their desktop used to do. Who knows what'll happen? That's a true dystopian outlook for you. A lot of .NET devs will know C# and SQL or transactional SQL. Then they would also know Batch or PowerShell. Yeah, probably PowerShell, to be honest. When I moved to DevOps and automation, I was already high in PowerShell, but moved to Python, as most DevOps systems are done on Linux systems, or based on them. Yeah, true. Parental duties? No worries, Mike. You do your parental duties. Now, I find it interesting that people seem to get offended when you say, well, no, when you tell them, well, your job is to prompt AI, so you're a prompt engineer, not a programmer. That seems to offend them. But at the same time, if they were a manager telling someone else to write code and you said, you're a manager, not a programmer, they'd be like, yeah, I know. It doesn't make sense. I think everyone is just obsessed with the idea of being a programmer. Like, they feel like there's some meaning. Like, there's some sort of... It's like there's some sort of societal gain from being a programmer. You know? It's like, it's okay to not be a programmer. It's fine to be a programmer. Make money however you want. Alright? But don't pump up a soccer ball and roll it down your driveway and then call yourself a soccer player. Like... professional, this one is. Alright, we need to reposition these three. Is this game going to have TCG battle gameplay? No. No, it's not. It stings being called a prompter. It really does. If that's your job, then that's your job. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that... Like, it doesn't change the fact that you yourself, as an individual, can write code. Like... You're putting too much of your self-worth into what your job title is. What was this supposed to be again? It was 9275. Yeah, 275. Exactly. Yeah. I think that's an issue with a lot of society at the moment. Society's like people are confusing themselves. Like they have to have a certain title, otherwise their life is incomplete. It's like, oh my god, no, you have to call me X, or no, my job must be this, otherwise I'm worth nothing and I hate everything. It's like, get the fuck over it, for Christ's sake. Alright, so that's that. Now I really need to figure out where these price tags are gonna go. Because if I put this card under here, if I move it, because it's going to be at the same 0 axis as that. I want to bump it up like 0.1. I'm going to want to rotate at 180. How long has that beautiful beard of yours been around? So I have had a beard since I was 24-ish. I'm now 34. I'm very close to turning 35. But I've been growing it out. It used to just be like down here sort of thing, like just a small beard sort of thing. And I've been growing it out, and same with the mustache. The mustache used to come out to like here. I've been growing them both out for about 14, 15 months now. About 15 months. Yeah. My last job was Unreal, use C++ for core, followed by a blueprint to bypass on code to designers, then C# for the build processes, and Python for its automation. Damn. Gosh damn. I mean, it makes sense. Like, it makes sense to do that, but still. Still, goddamn. Now if I take a price tag, God damn, these are so large. I'm gonna have to adjust these. I'm gonna have to create one specifically for these. Or I didn't take into account the price tag when I was making these. I could make it so that these ones sit on the ground and the tag is on the front. Or can bump these ones up higher. No. I could create like a step here, which has another stand of this on it. And I can increase the stand to be the height of this. Yeah. Yeah. That's what we'll do. Uh, 0.12. Okay. So 0.12 is what we got to do. So this is at the 1 meter. Yeah, so they're all 1. I'll bump this up to 1, 2. Actually, no. 1, 1, 2. That's too high. That's too high, surely. Maybe not. Let's think. I don't want to create a price tag specifically for these. I want to reuse the price tag. So maybe we do that. Then cut around that way. Grab this. Extrude it up to there. Because that's going to be covered by the card. What I can do, I have an idea. I have an idea. Is it a good idea? I wouldn't say so. Is it an idea? Sure. Sure. Let's go with that. Is the code in this game purely your idea? If so, can you explain your thinking process to tackle a problem or a game concept? I have written all the code. There's been some shader code that I've gotten some help with, and then like tweaked the shader code to make it do what I want to do. But all of the code that goes into like the actual logic of the game is mine. So my process is I get something working. I don't worry about how clean the code looks or how nice things are or anything like that. I get something working. I get it working. Once it's working, I then clean up the code, make things constant variables that need to be constants, move things where they should be instead of where they are, clean things up like that. And then down the track, if I come across something where that logic doesn't work with something else I'm adding, then I refactor it to kind of make it work with the new stuff that's coming in. Which thankfully, because I've got most things separated, I don't need to worry about doing that too much, because everything's kind of isolated off into their own stuff. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I want. What up, Milu? How you doing? That. I think we can bump this out to 5. What I can do is we can move this to 3.5. How wide? How wide is this? 0.26 wide. So I want these to have a 0.26 gap. So if you're, well, not a 0.26 gap. I want to have a 0.13, a 0.15 gap. Okay, so if we go... Oh no. So you're 3.5. You'll be 3.5. I'll probably set you at 1.5, maybe even 1. But then I would only fit 3 up here. Actually, no, that'll be fine. Do this. You're already at negative 3.5. So these have a 2.5 between them. Which means we want these to be 1.25. No. 1.125. So we put 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. And that'll be in between the cards. What is shader code and where can I find it? Shader code is things like this. So this here is a Sobel shader. It's an outline shader. What it does is... I'll show you. What it does is when I'm looking at something you can interact with, it highlights it like that. So shader code, any material is a shader. Okay. They basically do the same thing. So the shader is what allows you to do funky stuff with your objects. You can make them shiny. You can make them dissolve away into nothingness. You can make them wavy, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. What up, glowing octopus? So if you've played a game where you've seen a character, like something dissolve, or you've seen like water that's like got a ripple effect going through it, sort of thing, all of that's done by shaders. All materials are in essence a shader. That is true, but I like to create a distinction between a material that someone's just dropping on to an object, and a shader that you need to you create with, GLSL or something like that. Because otherwise, if we just call everything a material, people get confused. So, glowing? You are glowing. You're glowing so bright, octopus. Let's copy those. Do that. -5. Now this one here should be 0. This one here should be at 225. Because the middle ground between you and you is 23125. There we go. So now we'll have a card here, card here, card here, card here. Their price tags will be here in front of them. And then we'll have a card here and its price tag here in between these two cards. I hope. Get rid of that. Something about there. But that's obviously not going to be exactly where it goes. Computer 112. You will be... $3.5. There. Then obviously I need to center these, but that's alright. Don't need to worry about that right now. .12. This here. Move you back to center. That's that. How do they still overlap? You're 0.26. Of course, that's why they overlap. Yep. I could do 3 and 3, but that's going to look weird. What if I only have 5 on the small display? It would be easier if I actually change this. What kind of games do you play? TCG, Card Shop Sim, Path of Exile, The Division, Black Mesa, Elder Scrolls, Elden Ring Night Rain, Patrick's Parabox, and Blueprints, Clair Obscure. I play a lot of different types of games. Ball Pit was one that I was really enjoying recently. Yep. Piss that off. Put you center. Piss you off. And put you... What? 3502, whatever that is. That value. Negative value. There we go. You play sandbox games, Minecraft perhaps? Not really that much anymore. I used to play things like 7 Days to Die and Elite, not Elite Dangerous, Empyrean, Galactic Survival, stuff like that. I used to play those games, but I don't play them anymore. There's just too much time that goes into them, and I don't have that much time. Same with MMOs. I just don't have that much time to play MMOs anymore, so... Yeah. Maybe one day I'll retire. I will retire when I hit 20,000 average viewers. And only play games. Okay. So it would have to go there, negative 0.06. There we go. Why are they floating? Because they're a little bit higher. Yep. I see. Oops. That works. You agree that the best practice to be game dev is by doing game project? Everyone's different. Everyone's different. For example, so I think the benefit of doing a game project from start to finish, even if you don't release the game, just make a game from start to finish, the benefit of that is you learn everything that goes into it. So you learn asset management, you learn code structure, you learn data structure, you learn how to connect different areas of the game together, how to structure your files, your folder system and stuff like that. You get a basic understanding of all of that. And with Bobble Shop Simulator, I'm hoping people enjoy it. I'm hoping people find it fun. I'm not making this game with the idea in my head that I'm gonna sell, 100,000 copies. I don't have that. I'm not like, oh, this game's gonna be huge, I'm gonna make a ton of money off it. I'm not thinking like that. I'm like, yeah, I might sell a couple hundred. But that's because I'm doing all of the marketing myself. I'm doing all of the social media stuff myself. I'm doing all of the I'm doing it all from start to finish, the publishing and everything. And I don't know how to do that stuff. So I'm still learning how to do it. I still need to make a media pack to send out to content creators and stuff, and to I still need to make that. But once I've done this game, I will understand all of that a lot better, and I can then make, when I make my next game, that I'm like, yes, this game I'm gonna spend 3 years making, or 2 years making, or something like that. It'll be great. I'll have a demo of it ready in 6 months, because I'm going to plan it properly to get that demo out in 6 months. And I will know that if I go for a publisher, I will know what I need them to do, what I want them to help me with, and what I'm going to, what my idea of a fair price is for it. I'm not going to go with a publisher that wants me to hand over the IP and then them pay me. Because at that point, I'm just a game dev for someone else at that point. Yeah. When you plan to start working on the new game, I'm already planning the game. Like, I'm writing the plot, I'm coming up with the story and all of that now. Like last night while I was in bed, I had my phone out and I was like, I wrote like, in the notes app, I wrote 3 pages of notes app worth of plot. Yeah, and that was like the entire plot from start to finish. So I'm already getting that organized, but the actual work on it will start after Bobble Shop Sim's been released, and then there will be 2 weeks where I'm constantly working on bugs and improvements for Bobble Shop Sim. And then after that, I'll spend like 2 nights a week or like 4 nights a week or something, depending on how much there is to do, continuing to support Bobble Shop Sim. And I will also be doing the modeling and such for new content to go into Bobble Shop Sim over those 4 nightly streams or something. And the rest of the time, I'm not going to be making this game that I want to make straight away. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make systems. So I'm going to make a generic inventory system that I can drop in to any game. I will make a generic trade system that I can drop in to any game. I'll make a generic... whatever. I'll make all these generic systems that I can just drop in to whatever game I want. And then I can start working on my game after that, knowing that I have all of this base code ready to go. And I can get the demo of that game up and running in like 6 months. And then once I've got that game finished, I've got boilerplate code that I can then migrate to something else, like Raylib or Ogre 3D or something like that. I already know how the code should function. I just need to migrate it to a different language now. And then I can use that stuff to quickly get up and running for the next game. But I wouldn't know how to do that stuff without making this thing first. So planning to be an indie game dev. I'm hoping to be an indie game dev. I am under no delusion that I will be an indie game dev. I know that it's a very unlikely thing to be successful in, because you can plan as much as you like, but there's never a guarantee that the games you put out are going to be successful. You might be able to get by, you might be able to earn a living off it, but you might never be successful in the sense of Danny or Adam C. Eunice or Aramis, these people that they put out a game, they make a bunch of money because it's an entertaining and fun game. They go on to their next game, they put out another one, they make a bunch of money because it's entertaining. I hope to get to that point. But I know that for every person that gets to that point, there's a couple thousand that don't get to that point. So, how you doing, Loot? What's next? You're offset pretty far. That looks alright. This one's going to be a nightmare to do. Need to rework that. But I think that's also why I want to make games in other other engines and such. Like, I don't want to just stick to Godot, because if making a game doesn't work out for me and I need to get a job, GD script isn't really going to help me. So in the future, I want to be doing more C++ or Rust or something like that, so that if being an indie game dev doesn't work out for me, I can go get a job doing C++ or Rust, or go back to web dev contracting, which is what I was doing before this. Yeah, it gives me more skills and it gives me more options to go back into the workforce. Every engine does something different, wearing the engine is more advantageous in the dev market. It is true. It is true. But I feel like if I learn C++ and Rust and whatnot, and I get good enough at those, it's then no longer a question of getting a job being a game dev for, you know, Unreal Engine or Godot or something. It's like, cool, I know C++, I know how to make games in C++. I've tinkered with, I've done bug fixes and stuff for the Godot engine or the default engine or something in C++. I now have the ability to get a job as not just a game developer, but a game engine developer, even at a junior level, like an entry level job for that. Yeah. Learning C++, C# is worth it if you want to break into the game dev market. Yeah. Like, I already know a bit of C++. Like, we made a point and click game with Raylib and C++ for Journ Jam. So, like, I already know some of it, but making a game on a 2-week time frame using a framework that you're not really familiar with doesn't really end up having the best code in it. It has a lot of messy code because you're trying to get something finished in a time frame. Whereas if I gave myself more time, I could do better code. I could write proper code, well-structured code, and not just rush something through. And that's what I want to do more than anything. First game was built with C++ and SDL2. Biggest game ever, but it was mine. Or buggiest game ever, but it was mine. Nice. Nice. That's another thing I want to look into is SDL3. Like, maybe I make a game in Raylib using SDL2. And then the next game I do is like Odin or Rust or something using SDL3. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Raylib and C++, not SDL2. Raylib. But yeah. It would be nice. Would be nice. We do have ads coming in. I'm going to have to BRB for a moment. I'm going to make this a vector 3. Um, 0, 0, and this will be negative 0.06. That'll work for now. All right. I'm going to BRB for a minute. When I get back, we'll do some game duel. Okay, I just need to quickly duck off to the floating head room. Okay. I'll read your message when I get back, Edwin. All right. See yous momentarily. Alright, I'm back, you dance. Get my ears back in so that we can hear things. It's always nice to hear things. I'd always been stuck on developing a project idea and never actually finished it, because in mid of it, I become bored of it or come up with a new idea. Therefore, I have thousands of unfinished projects. You like the new shiny thing. And you're gonna have that with every project. You're going to have that with every project you make. I've had it with this project, where I'm like, oh, I've got this great idea for a game. I could have dropped working on Bobble Shop Sim and started working on one of those. But instead, I stopped myself. And I went, no. I want to finish Bobble Shop Sim. I want this game to be finished. I need to go through from start to finish. I need to dedicate myself to completing this project. And that's what you're going to need to do. Oh, damn. Could this be a racing game? It could be a racing game. Alright, first person, third person. This could be a Need for Speed. Hey. Need for Speed Underground? Hell yes! Oh my god, did you see that? Did you see that? How good is that? Went from Bioshock to Gran Turismo 2 to Need for Speed Underground. Crushed it. Easy. Such an easy round. Where are we up to? Remember using price tag pause. There it is. Card pause Y. Go to. do pause Y, hard pause Y. Excellent. Much better. I am so glad that I was shown that, like, how to do that search and replace for a selection. Chat helping me to understand that. Amazing. What up, Munglo? How you doing? Welcome in, you fantastic, you dunt. How do you know when a project is finished? Because I suppose there is always something to improve. I guess I could use project's goal checkmark note thingy, but I haven't implemented it. So that's the question that you have to answer, Edwin. There is no this project is finished. Like, a project is never 100% complete. It's never this is as perfect as it's going to be. This is as optimized as it's going to be. This is everything we want to add into it. Like, you have to decide when a project is complete, and that's arbitrary. It's completely arbitrary. It's up to you when the project is complete. Once you've implemented as many features as you want in the game and as much, you know, gameplay and functionality, then yeah, that's it being complete. When you are happy with where the game's at. Wonder if this will just work. Could it work? Is it gonna work? Oh, I don't know. I feel there's gonna be something missing. Oh, hang on. I know why that's not going to work anyway. It won't work anyway because... Actually, no, I do have the cards and their card image. Holy shit. I forgot that I had all of that. The moment the only bugs in a game are considered features is when it's complete. But I'll never be happy of it because I know there is always something that I could improve on, but my lazy ass won't do it. Then I would argue, Edwin, that that's a problem. You have a problem. You're a perfectionist. I think it was something that Primogen has said a few times. You've got to recognize when something is good enough, and doing any more work on it has such a low return on investment into doing that work that there's no point. So that you can always make code better. You can always make code a bit better. But you've got to ask yourself, is this actually adding something of value? Or am I just doing it because I want to be a perfectionist? You need to identify when something is good enough. Nothing's ever perfect. Good enough is rule to dev by. Yep. And again, Edwin, That's a skill that you will learn over time. You're not going to start coding and know when something is good enough. It's something you kind of figure out on your way. For some projects, putting in extra effort can be underappreciated. It can be. It can be. But at the same time, just because something's underappreciated doesn't mean it's not worth the extra effort. But just because something is appreciated doesn't mean it is worth the extra effort. You shouldn't base what you're doing on if someone else is going to appreciate you doing it or not. Like, everything I do is because I think it's got value in doing. Not true, my code is perfect all the time, anytime, from the very beginning. God damn. I must say, even your name is perfect. Miles Gloriosus. Perfect name. Absolutely perfect. You are the best, Miles. 100% the best. You are the exception. You are the outlier. You are the outlying piece of datum. Okay? Who said that again? Thanks for the insight, though. The Primogen. If you don't know the Primogen, I wonder if they've hit their million yet. Have they hit their million yet? Let's see. Have they hit their million? They have not hit their million. They have not. This is the Primogen. Currently the Prime Timeogen. Did he change his username? All right. It's the Prime Timeogen now. Fair enough. Go subscribe. Go subscribe so that they can hit their 1 million subscribers. You know? Do it. Do it now. We can catch it the moment it happens. You know? Head kind of reminds me of the WWW wizard from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I've been told that. I've been told it's Zordon from Power Rangers. Who else? The Wizard of Oz is one I've gotten because I'm Australian. The Wizard of Oz. Yeah. Prime insert something Whittiergen. Yep. The Prime 1 million subscribers again. Again. Zordon, maybe. He was bald though, I think. Yeah, because he sucks. If Zordon had real power, they would have grown hair. All right. I wonder how far away they are. Is there a way? The prime time. It just says 999,000. It doesn't say like the full number. I want to see like the full tracker. You know? Let's see. Oh, that's... Almost. Zordon was technically a god in that universe. Yeah, but... a petty god. A terrible god. Come on. Come on, chat. If we can get 722 people in this stream and get them all to subscribe to the Primogen, then we can claim that we are the reason you got to 1 million. Yeah. It's stuck. It's not counting her. Ah, now I have to remake this one. Can you tell that I don't want to? Is it that obvious? I feel we can go 4 across the front and 3 across the back. Maybe I could drop this one down. So drop the front down, and they're sort of like steps. Huh. Oh. Hello, everyone. Ah. Boo. So what? We want 4 at the front, 3 in the middle, 4 at the back. I reckon that works. Get rid of that. Then we want 3. Do that. And then... get rid of that. Okay. No. Go to the side. There we go. Evenly spaced. That's the reason why I wanted to do that. I need to shuffle all of it down. So I think what I need... we're going to take this. And then... let's drop it down. Damn it. There we go. Point. There we go. So these ones, we need to go up. What are you doing? What are you doing now is modeling, right? Correct. Correct. So I've got this small one here, which is here. And this one works well for the size of the cards and the price tags and whatnot. This here is not a good layout. This is not going to work. So I need to restructure it. So we will have these 2 bits here will extrude up. And they will go to 1 meter. Then we take this one, we extrude that up, and it goes to 1.12. And then we can grab these, go into our UV editing, select them there, and we move them down here, so that way they're the same color as the rest of it. And we have this outline here stay all the way around. Perfectly. Perfectly. For the card artwork, would you use AI image or you drew it yourself? So the card artwork, 2 things have been done. Where are we? So we've got the card pack, which is this artwork here. This here, I created this, but I used this as a reference. So this here, this bobble box texture with all of this different detail on it, this was made by someone in Twitch chat, Papa Laquan, and they made different color variants for our different types of bobbles. I then took this and went, okay, so this is the color palette for professional. And I reused that color palette and such to create this one. And for the actual cards, so we've got our base card here, which uses the same color palette again. But the actual image that's displayed here, where are we? We're going to cards. Have a look at Barbara. So you'll notice this image here. This is just a render of the 3D object. So it's not actual, like it's not a drawing or anything. It's just a render of the actual object. And then this image here is the product image of the bobblehead itself. Like this is just an image of the bobblehead. And we will have another image for, oh, not even an image. We will have a GIF or an animated card, which will have the card actually running. What is the theme of the TCG? There's no game with the trading cards. It's not like Pokemon or anything like that. They're collectible cards. So think of them like baseball cards. They're baseball cards, you collect them, they relate to a bobblehead, and they give you information, like some detail about the bobblehead, what their backstory is and such. And we've got different types of bobbleheads. So we've got casual bobbleheads, which are just regular people. And then we've got athlete bobbleheads, which are like your sporting professionals that people look up to. Then you've got professional bobbleheads, which are like, you know, firefighter, policeman, paramedic, that type of stuff. And then you've got hero villain bobbleheads. And those hero villain bobbleheads are the alternate persona of some of the other bobbleheads in the other categories. Okay? So Bald Bobby, for instance. Bald Bobby is a casual bobblehead. Nothing special. But the Pac-Man one of the Agreeables, the heroes, they are like, that is Bald Bobby. Bald Bobby is the Pac-Man. Bald Bobby is their secret identity, sort of thing. Stuff like that. I do want to do comics as well. Like, I want to have comics for the bobbleheads. And it's like, the comics will be Agreeable comics where... So, here's the thing. The Agreeables are the heroes. The Disagreeables are the villains. And the Disagreeables are... They're just Karens. Okay? They're just different types of Karens. And the Agreeables are the people that just deal with Karens. So one of the Agreeables is Manager Mel. They're a manager. They deal with the Karen. And then you've got one of the Karens is the politician. And the politician is just everything's about them. It's based off a American politician that yells at people when they're on camera or complains when they're being asked the same questions as other political candidates. What about the nonchalant bubble? No. Doesn't exist. No such thing as a nonchalant bubble. They are all very chalant. Let's lock them in place. I'm gonna update this while I'm thinking of it. Create collision mesh. No, because then it's going to do that. Shit. God damn it. I would have to do this. I would have to adjust this. So I'd have to do it as like convex and then put all the points in. There'd be 4, 8, 12. Just 12? I guess there'd just be 12 points. It's easy enough to do, it's just time consuming. So the first one, we're going to be at 0.5, negative 0.1. Oh shit, it's up there. Duh. That's correct. Do that. I can have this go to 0. And then we can do negative 0.5, 1, negative 0.1, .5, 1, negative 1, 0.5, 1, 0.1, negative 0.5, 1, 0.1. This is where it gets interesting. Because this needs to go up, but also need like point there and point there. So I have this go to 1.12. You go to 1.12. And then negative 0.5, 1.2. And then and that's the problem. The problem is that it doesn't cut this out. Instead, it leaves it there like that. Which I don't like. So that's a problem, because that's going to interfere with stuff. Going to interfere with the player interacting with the price tag and stuff like that. So, the better thing to do through all of this make it a lot easier. Mark you as unique. Make you 0.12 high. 0.1. Bump you up 1.06 and negative. No. Not quite 0.1. There we go. There we are. That's all we need to do. Simple. Simple. That's bump these 0.5 negative 0.5 0.5 negative 0.5. All right, there we are. That one's fine. We need to correct the anchors. This left anchor needs to be 505. There we are. Love it. Good place. And then the obstacle. So this just helps carve out some proper area around it. Oh my god, triple jump! G'day, you gidunts. What were you doing tonight? We are just working on updating some bits and pieces for new furniture. to buy and place in the game and whatnot. Raid indeed. Super duper fun time raid. Tell us what you were doing. I want all of the deets. You added cows, wheat, and sugarcane. Nice. What up, comrade? How you doing? So, you've got wheat and sugarcane. What are you going to add for farm animals? Ah. Tomorrow probably add chickens. Ooh. Adding chickens. Is there gonna be a lot of chickens? Well, that one there is set. You're set. Now we need to go back in here and we need to reposition. Close that out. I don't know, man. I'm stuck in the hell of trying to make a fun game idea that's realistically easy for a starter like me. An incremental game. Those are fun. If you can... And an incremental game doesn't have to be a clicker. You know? For example, Bobble Shop Sim. Like any shop simulator game is essentially just a incremental game. You are trying to get things to a point where you put in the least amount of effort possible and have your money go up. It's a type of incremental. Start with idea, build idea, then add another idea and repeat. I mean, pick functionality. Pick a gameplay element. Do you want to have some combat? If you do, what type of combat? Implement that. Make a game focused on that. You want to build a racing game? Do you want it to be motorbikes? Do you want it to be cars? Do you want it to be a dirt rally? A BMX? Yeah. What do you... And then build that. Build it around that one main mechanic. And just start with that. Start simple. Problem is that I'm bad at game dev and I'm just trying to make a game for a project, for a class project. And I have one day. Oof. Oof. Stretch goals. Stretch goals indeed. Separate by selection. Focus one feature idea at a time. Don't overwhelm himself with the end product before you start. Yeah. Oops. I don't want to do that. I want to do that. So I want 4 along the front, 3 in the middle, and 4 along the back. Let's move. Six, 7. Don't start, chat. Don't give me none of that BS. That's just what I was changing the value from. I was changing it from 6 to that number. Stop. I know what you like. Just... Let's go with 5. Then we can duplicate you. We drop it down to 2, which will give it 3. But that's not going to give those anything. So if I make this 175, I think that's right. Because that's going to be 3.25. You're going to be 3.25. The difference between these two is going to be 3.5. Shit. Shit. Whatever. Whatever. No, not whatever. It needs to be right, because otherwise I'm going to drive myself insane. 1.7. It's 2.5. Then it's 3.4. It's going to be 6.25, right? And quicker is what most of my classmates are doing, but they're using different software than I am. All of them needed my help. But I want to do something a bit different. I'll think about it a bit longer, I guess. If you've only got a day, not sure your project's requirements, but it could be as simple as spawning items and having to collect them within a time frame. Like a time trial. That's true. That's true. Or even just like a skill-based platformer. Yeah, that looks about right. Down to that. Yep, that'll be right. These ones here. One, two. Cool. Single frame moving platforms. Jump to the top kind of deal. Yeah. My hamster's getting on the wheel. What? Is that what powers your PC? Is your hamster now working? What would that be? The midpoint, I do 0.5 plus 1625. Divide that by 2. Grab these. This one's here. Average base area. Cool. Brain's coming up with ideas now. Uh-oh. Put that to a stop. Don't need that happening. A horrible idea. Alright. That'll work. Yes. I thought I saved. Jesus Christ. Alright, and there's our larger display. Words are so funny. When I said now we'll use the larger display, or we'll use the large display, I was immediately just thinking of Monty Python, the Holy Grail. It's like, we shall use my larger scales. Why? No idea. Am I upset about it? Not at all. It's a great movie. Oh, no. That's bad. Speaking of the Holy Grail, I'm gonna make it that themed with killer rabbits. I love that movie. It's such a good movie. It's a fantastic movie. It's my fave. Like, it has to be my favorite movie. Holy Grail, number 1, and then Life of Brian, number 2. Seven. No meaning of life. Where did the fish go? Good evening, Fanny Slam. How you doing? Hydrate. I'm going to need to get water on this ad break because I'm almost out. Does the game idea I sent in chat sound fun to you? What, you're gonna make a game themed with killer rabbits? It's a game. It depends on what you do with it. If it's just killer rabbits, like walking around a screen, it's pretty boring. But if your character is like defending off a infinite swarm of killer rabbits, then yeah. Let me see. Oh, that one. No, don't worry, I've got it. Maybe I'll make a game where you run to the end while doing parkour in a 2D game space. You have to parry or dodge projectiles coming at you, and have certain projectiles like a homing missile only parryable and some only dodgeable, and then one that is both parried and dodged. That's in my skill range. I would say, since you've only got one day, start off with just doing the parkour aspect, the platformer aspect, where you have to get to the end, avoiding obstacles as fast as you can. Once you have that, if you still have time, then add projectiles that you need to avoid. And if you still have time after that, then add the homing projectile that can only be parried. Yeah? So start with the base idea, get that done, because you've only got a day. You don't want to make it too complicated and then end up with nothing. You do it incrementally. Yeah. Once you've got that platformer done, then you do the next bit. And you separate it. So you save the one that's finished with the platformer, put that aside, and then you continue the project separately, adding the projectiles. So that way, if you don't finish the projectiles in time, you have an untouched, clean version of the game that works as the parkour game. One, two, five. This would be 1, 4, 5. I'll do that as 1, 4, 5. So, that'll be fine. Cool. Collision 1.4. And then, what else do I need to update in here? The obstacle. That's what still needs to be updated. Feel this one can be bumped out to 9. Oops. There we are. What are you currently making? I'm just setting up so this is some new furniture that the player can purchase to display cards. And I'm realizing an issue. So inside here, we go into display. Which is furniture. If we go into furniture, we have this function here, which handles placing. And where are we? We got this. And you can see how we've got the set collision set deferred disabled true. The problem here is with these new ones, this collision area doesn't work because it means that this area up here, things can just go straight through it. It's not what you want. But if I create multiple collisions, this here is only going to disable this one. It's not going to disable these. That's a problem when you're moving them around the store, because it's going to interfere with NPCs, it's going to interfere with other furniture as you're moving things around. But at the same time, I can't just do this. I can't just do this. Like create a collision shape. Because creates the collision shape for these as well. I don't really want that, but that might be what I have to do. I may have to do that. So that way when I disable this collision, we don't have any problems with that. So yeah, I'm just going to leave it as that. It's not going to cause any problems, but I would prefer it not. Purely a preference thing. That's all it is. Purely a preference thing. Okay, so that's all positioned correctly there. So you want to make the holders not have collision. I don't think it's worth these having collisions. Because they're so small. But it's like when you play games, there will be things that are like small and stuff on tables that objects will just move through because they haven't given collision to those. They're essentially just like decoration sort of thing. That's kind of what I want these to be. I want these to be just decoration on top of it. But it's fine if they have collision. It's not gonna break anything or cause any issues. It's just it's an extra complication to the collision mesh. Like to the collision shape. That's all. Yeah. We got ads coming up in a hot minute. Such a hot minute. It's so hot that the sun went, damn, that's hot. I don't know. I often start sentences that sound like they're going to be witty without knowing what I'm going to say. And then just give up. I like to think that it's the thought that counts. It's going to have 5 shelves. I'm going to quickly grab myself some more water. And... Oh. 330. Come on, chat. Come on. Get him the subs. See if he hits 1 million by the end of the stream. He's got 1 hour to hit 1 million. G'day, Cam. How you doing? I'm getting myself some water. I will be back in like 30 seconds, and we'll do a round of Game Duel while the ads play. Okay? BRB. I'm back. G'day, comrade. G'day indeed. I see, we ended with Need for Speed Underground. First person, third person, after 2003, it's not a racing game. Not a racing game. What's your guesses, chat? Throw them out to me. We can try, like, Call of Duty Black Ops. Okay, it's not a shooter, but it's guaranteed first person. Now we could try something like Dark Souls. And Dark Souls 3. It's not an RPG, and it does have third person, so it's a first person and third person with something else. Maybe side view. Maybe isometric. 2011 to 2015 is the time frame, though. This is our time frame. What are we doing? Hack and slash. It's a fantasy something. What would it be? God of War or something? Thank you, iHeart. Thanks for contributing. Beat you to it. Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. First person, third person. What are we doing? We do. It's not right. Is it a fighting game? Platform. Platform thingamajig. What would a platform be? It could be Assassin. No, it's not Assassin's Creed because there's first person in there. What would it be? Oh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats on being a good dunt. Yeah. Tell everyone. Print out business cards that just say "get done," and then your name underneath it. First person, third person, something else. Platformer. It's not Little Nightmares, because that doesn't have first person. No, I don't know. I don't know. We'll come back to it. We will come back to that. Oh yeah. First, third person, and platformer. Well, I'm assuming it's a platformer. It's not a shooter, not a racing, not an RPG, not a hack and slash. It's a fantasy game. We know that. We know it's first person. We know it's third person. But we also know that there's something else, like an isometric or a side view. Something like that. Yeah. And we know it's 2011 to 2015. It has more than just single player. What if it's... What if we do like Titanfall? Okay, 2011 to 2013. Alright, we're looking for a 2011. I was going to say Skyrim, but it's not an RPG. So... that kind of screws me. Right. I got no clue. That's the most confusing one I've ever seen. Bro, I don't know. You're not the only one. Not the only one. None of us know. Not 3. There you go. Did you know, searching for Gadunt, the top result is Hypnotic Games. Second is Mr. Gadunt. Really? Mr. Gadunt? Who the hell's Mr. Gadunt? Yep, there's me. There's me. There's me. There's me. G Dunt. G Dunt. Ranchez G Dunt. No, this one has G Dunt come up first, and then it's me. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I own the trademark until 2035. That's right. That's right. This here, G'day you Gadunt, that right there, that's my trademark. You can deal with it. Could be I'm in Canada, results are different. That's true. That's true. I am in Australia, so I imagine it would position the Australian government records higher for me than for you. 1. I think I put it at 0.12, didn't I? Oh, negative. And 625. It's 3164. $164 looks about right. And then what, it was 5? Yeah, perfect. $1.24. Voila. Voila. Then what we've got. This would be, what, 4, 8, 11. And then we do this. Finally, that is done. Oh my god, I just realized I need to get product images. Oh, 3 stream streak, you're on fire. Everyone careful. Fanny Slam's on fire. Maybe if they weren't always slamming, they wouldn't be on fire. Let's see. Interview for previews. That's pretty small. There we go. Are you being sarcastic? I don't know, you tell me. What up, Hills? Are you actually a disembodied blue floating head IRL? IRL, I am uploaded into a mech suit that I then control. I'm actually digital, and what you're seeing is a holographic projection of me. I'm trying to form a body, but I have trouble keeping, like, actually keeping the body because it takes a lot of processing power. I don't have enough processing power to have a body and talk, as you can probably tell. So yeah. When I'm not here, when I go out into the real world, I upload myself into a mech suit and off I go. It's glorious. 'Tis glorious. UI icons products. where bubble display will be small card display. Render it 1080. Actually, I don't think I need it at 1080, do I? Maybe it's home front, game we used to play. Let's find out. That sounds like a game that has shooting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what game this is. First person, third person, virtual reality. Silent Hill 3. I don't know. Not a Silent Hill. It's not a puzzle game. I don't know. What if it's... Oh well. Let's just go with that, sure. What is it? Minecraft. Jeez. Yeah, we definitely weren't getting that. We were definitely not getting that. Oh, is it 350? He's only need 650 to go. Only 650 to go. Pretty impressive. That's going to be too far out. No, it won't. Go. Excellent. Actually, that was one thing. So this here, I saw this earlier today. Where was it? Because there's try-buy. Then there's indie. Revenue under 100,000 USD. So there's this. The filmmaker or indie developer. Goal is to create pressure, blah, 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 blah. Houdini Indie helps you accomplish this. We're making all the features of Houdini FX affordable for indie. Houdini Engine Indie. Houdini Engine Indie license can be used to run Houdini Indie in batch, non-graphical mode, or to load Houdini digital assets into other content creation apps. Right. So as an indie, you pay 300 USD per year. Educational. Free version of Houdini FX can be used by students, artists, and hobbyists to create professional non-commercial projects. Students of accredited schools and training centers. This one here doesn't say that you're allowed to use it as for commercial use, but they still charge you 75 USD. I'm assuming you can't use it for commercial use, considering up here they say that this one is non-commercial projects. And this one is still for for independent educational coursework and exploration. They specifically state that it's licenses for independent educational coursework and exploration. And then there's the schools one. But commercial is expensive as fuck. Expensive as fuck. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Fucking yeah, nah. No way. Minecraft isn't VR natively. I think it is these days. If you're unable to watch Minecraft Bedrock Edition from VR's headset game library, you may need to set up a custom shortcut on your desktop to launch it in VR. Like, it does technically, depending on which version you're looking at. Large card display. Ugh. I got an itch behind the mustache, but I can't get to it because the mustache is in the way. I need to add card displays to that. G'day, Freddy. Oh, you want me to do a medium sauce? Alright. We should take him off it. Medium sauce. 50,000 Scoville. 50,000 Scoville? May as well call this weak sauce. Alright. There we go. All over the cracker. Alright. Thank you very much, Loot. I will savor this and struggle to get to bed in an hour when the stream is over. Thank you. Ooh. Ooh, that's a spicy cracker. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Ooh. It's good. It's good. We're fine. We're fine. It's okay. Now I have the hiccups. Thank you very much, Luke. I am thinking about changing the hot sauce redeems to be a wheel. So you redeem the hot sauce and a wheel spins, whichever one it lands on. That's the one I do. And every time it lands on one, it reduces it reduces its likelihood. Ugh. Oh my goodness. Quick load. Large card display. 1080. Large card display. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Oh. Hot, 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 hot. It's too much. Line items. Large card display, small card display, and what large card would be? Large card. What was it? Buildings, displays, card display case. This one. Small bubble display, small card display. Five, 7, 1, 4, 3. 5, 7, 1, 4, 3. That's wrong. One of these things is not like the other. I forgot how I calculated these. Because this would work out to be 1,500. All right. $1,300. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. This one here $400 for the large. I feel that can be $650 divided by 0.7. You will be 575 by 0.7. You will be 325 by 0.7. There we are. And then we have special bubble display. Duplicate this. We'll go card display case. Now, I haven't set up the scene for this yet, and I haven't taken the product image for it yet. The reason I haven't taken the product image for it yet is because Blender likes to freak out when I try to render glass. I don't know why. I think it's something to do with my AMD GPU or the drivers. Whenever I try to render it, Blender crashes. Really need to figure that out. It'll be very, very important to figure out. Yeah. The other thing I can do is I can reload this project. And in this data, what we can do is we have large card display. That says bobble display. Yeah, we go large card display. Large bubble display. Large card display. Small card display. Small bubble display. Right? That's what it should be. Yeah, that works. Cool. I need to set up that stuff too. Okay. So we need to add card sleeve item. And add special card display item. Including delivery data. And apart from that, what else? I could test. Let's go into our UI. In furniture. Card display. This one here. Quick load. Small card display. Quick load. Large card display. Oh. Cool, cool, cool. Thanks for contributing there, Freddy. Much appreciated. I've got some ideas for the for the birthday stream. I'm gonna have a lot of hats, a lot of party hats to wear. So it'll be what? Up to a 32-hour stream. So it'll be a 24-hour stream minimum. Chat can add time to it through gifted subs, which increases the amount of time. Or they can decrease the amount of time through bits. And every time bits are thrown, I put on a party hat. Every time 250 bits are thrown or something like that, I put on a party hat. Every time a gifted sub is given, I take off a party hat. So you got to try and balance. What do you want? Do you want to extend the stream time, or do you want to have me covered in party hats? You'll be wearing more hats as a game dev. True. Yep. I'll be wearing so many. The goal is to get to the point where I can afford a Steam Deck, so that I can like play my game on the Steam Deck and test it on the Steam Deck and make sure like controls on the Steam Deck work and things like that. That's the idea. That's the hope. You know? I would love that to... Yeah. Yeah, you get it. You get it. Oh my god. Let's test this. Invalid access to property or key unlocked. Base object of type resource item. Oh! Yep. I'm a silly Billy. I'm a silly Billy. I'm such a silly Billy. I'm a silly Billy. Such a silly Billy am I. If you want to know what song that was, join the club. You're asking the wrong person. Actually, no. We'll have that as 15. Display up to 11. Collectible cards. Where is it? That would kick ass. It would. It would. Because I am going to launch this thing on Steam Deck. So I would like it. I would like to know that it's working on Steam Deck. Okay. Back into our UI. This one here. That's item data. That's not the one we want. That one. Let's test it. Let's hope it works. Nice. Alright, so we know that's working. That says place bobble, but I don't want it to say place bobble. What else is this complain about? Visit node not found, browse back. The display double. Display double. Oh, I know why, yep. Yep. That's easily fixed. I don't want to fix that now because it requires me to change this script, which is going to cause all this stuff to break. Nice. Yeah. Oh yeah. Love it. Yeah. Woot woot. Woot woot woot. Like a wooty woot. Okay, there we go. We'll leave it there for now, because now I've got to tinker with a bunch of stuff, which I will break. And I don't want to end tonight with a bunch of stuff that's broken. So, what do we got? New card displays. New card sleeve. Pack item. Set up card holders. Check out main. Git merge demo. Git push. Git checkout demo. Project sync. Bobble Shop Simulator. But the problem here, the problem with Project Sync Bash RC, this here, for some reason, it's not tracking the modified date. Yeah. I should definitely add V to it. By default, rsync only copies new or changed files from source to destination. A new file like documents directory. This is what happens after running this command a second time. Good night, loot. I do that, but I also do if dash D mount NAS bash directory exists. Let's see. So if we want to do the opposite of that, we just do an exclamation, yeah. Let's do if not directory exists, then yeah, cool story. Is that gonna work though? Hydrate? Sure thing. Rsync RTU. I think I also want the delete. Because delete will also delete files that no longer exist. So the thing I wonder, Hank, nah, today's word isn't that. Today's word is tank. Sorry, Fanny. Sorry, you missed out. You'll get him next time. Oh, P does progress. Oh, nice. Alright, so I want to test. If I do dry run update delete documents projects Bobble Shop Simulator Mount Naz. This is a dry run. What we can do. Interesting that it's not giving me progress or verbose. Very interesting. Why is it not showing progress? Where is the capital P? There it is. Progress. Show progress during transfer. Same as partial progress. Okay, so if we do... So what's partial? Keeps partially transferred files. Right. So I actually just want to do -- progress. So it would be nice to know how long it's got to go. Yeah, especially since it's just a dry run. It's Oh my god, damn, that's taken forever. Alright. we're going to raid out here because obviously we have hit... What up, Skillets? Obviously, this is going to take forever and a day, and I don't want to be sitting here with all of you watching a screen not do anything, okay? I want you to go somewhere and watch someone do something. What's the Explorer left upper? This is our Naz. This is my Naz. But I'm just doing an rsync drive run. For this. I tend to use -P just because network issues can cause files not fully be synced. All of mine is local and everything is Ethernet. And it doesn't bother me if stuff fails to sync over because I have this set up with, like, I've already got my Git on my private Git where I store most of my stuff. The NAS is just like a third backup. It's like an emergency backup in case something happens with my remote Git server and my PC. Yeah. I mean, Explorer app name, I want to try it. That's just Dolphin. That's just Dolphin up in the top left. It's Dolphin, and I've styled it using, what is it? Qt6CT. Yeah, I created this color theme here, which, when I run this, when I start this up, it takes all of that, all the styles. So yeah. Anyway, I'm back in 9 hours, and we will continue with Bobble Shop Sim, moving towards our demo. Have fun chatting to iHeart, you good dunce, and be nice, okay? iHeart's funny. Toodles.